The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. Court does call the case. Well, this is state block. Ms. Kirby, if you could start us off, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people. As far as the waiver, the people would waive any potential conflict between this court and the public defender's office. Although the people do not believe that there is any conflict, the people make this waiver in avoidance of any doubt for the remainder of the cases on today's docket.
Thank you. Ms. Reed.
Good morning. Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender. The Public Defender's Office would likewise waive any conflicts, though we do not believe that any exist at this time.
All right. The court, for its part, also does not believe that a conflict exists either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent one does, given the waivers, the court would consent to hear the matters. Court does call the case of People State of Michigan versus William Blackburn.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of my client, consenting to the matter being heard via Zoom.
What are we doing on this?
I have spoken to Mr. Shemke and we've come to a resolution where him or his client will be admitting responsibility for speeding 1 to 5 miles over on a limited access freeway.
That's accurate, Judge.
Speeding 1 to 5,
Yes.
limited access.
Yes.
Is that correct, Mr. Shemke?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. And you have authority on behalf of your client to admit responsibility to that?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept that admission of responsible to that charge. What is it? Fines and costs of 120. When can that be paid?
Your Honor, I'd ask for 7 days, Judge.
All right. Well, pay it by the end of the month. Pay it by February 28th.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Kirby.
We're gonna have to do something with these speakers because that didn't work. That volume. Yeah, we're gonna have to because everybody's coming through low. See how that is. Court calls the case People versus Gillian. Is it Purdue?
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Attorney David Newmere appearing on behalf of Julian Badu.
And Your Honor, I did not hear from defense counsel, but I did speak to Trooper Schreiber, who stated that he stopped this vehicle for 86 over 70 and wrote him the 1 to 5 over. So there is no offer in this matter.
Okay, on either one, because I have both a 1 to 5.
A defective, yeah, and a 1 to 5. Yes, there's no offer.
All right, counsel.
Your Honor, is there a way I can speak to a prosecution, maybe in a breakout room?
You can use your phone. I'm not stopping in the middle of the proceeding to do that. That should have been done before you got here. So what are we going to do?
Is there a way I can speak with the Trooper Schreiber?
You have any objection to that, Ms. Kirby?
No, I don't.
Counsel, when you appear before me, you need to make the call beforehand. That way it doesn't waste anybody's time.
I apologize.
That's fine. Put the trooper and counsel into a breakout room, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Brian Sifkin or
Caitlin
Sifkin.
Kirby on behalf of the people.
John McDermott on behalf of Mr. Siefkin.
All right.
And I did speak to Mr. McDermott yesterday, and he did send me a proof of the repairs that cost $521. So we did speak about an offer, and I believe that he is going to be admitting responsibility to an overweight violation with a $200 fine.
That's correct, Judge. That would be the civil infraction variety under 257-7243.
And so you do have authority to admit that responsibility to that charge, counsel.
I do, Judge, and request that same 2/28 due date.
All right. He's actually listening. Okay, court will accept the admission, fines and cost of $200. Pay it by February 28th, 2023.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good morning.
All right, thank you. You too. Court calls the case, People versus Cletus Anderson.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Charles Hobbs, P79715, on behalf of Mr. Anderson, who is also present in the courtroom. Mr. Anderson, could you please state your name for the record?
Okay. All right, what are we doing? This is in the rain.
Yes, Your Honor. My client wishes to stand mute and ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf. I'd also request that recall the warrant as well as set the or grant personal bond and set the matter for a pretrial.
Okay, it is set for pretrial today, but you want to adjourn another pretrial day?
Oh, I wasn't aware there was a pretrial. I thought it was just the arraignment, Your Honor.
Okay. Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. The court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. As to bond in this case, the court will set the defendant's bond at an amount of $5,000, personal recognizance. There's standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. There's to be no possession or consumption of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I will also indicate defendant is not to enter any Target store in the state of Michigan. All right. Anything further?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the People versus Sarah Ostrowski.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Shan on behalf of Sarah Ostrowski, who is appearing via Zoom. Sarah, can you please unmute yourself and state your name for the record?
Sarah Ostrowski here.
Your Honor, this is the date set for arraignment and pretrial, so we will waive formal reading of the charges and defendant will stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. All right. Did you need an adjourn date or?
Yeah, we do. We just got discovery, so I'd like an opportunity to talk to Miss Kirby about this case.
Miss Kirby said she doesn't want to talk to you. Never mind.
Mr. Chan knows that's not true.
Well, I'm just saying what I heard. I don't know. All right.
Through the grapevine.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So I'll set this for a pretrial for March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Defendant's bond will be set at an amount of $5,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. Ma'am, as a condition of your release, there's to be no possession or consumption of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
And I will also indicate that the defendant is not to enter any Walmart in the state of Michigan. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Court calls the case, People versus Tom Osman.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Morning, Judge. Holly Dagger, on behalf of Mr. Osman, who sits to my right.
All right.
Your Honor, today's
This
target
is-
date set for arraignment pretrial. My client stands mute and pleads not guilty. And we further request a pretrial date, giving me an opportunity to talk to the prosecutor in this case, Ms. Kirby.
All right. Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned March 8th. Yes, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. As to the defendant's bond, I will set his bond. Set his bond in an amount of a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assault behavior, no possession of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I will also indicate that at this time, defendant is not to possess any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or anything fashioned to be a weapon.
Sure, Mr. Honor.
Judge, if I may, my client's English is fine, but I would just for purposes of making sure that things are clear, I'd like to request for the pretrial a Arabic English translator, if I may. Do I submit that
You
in
need
writing?
an
to the court?
Arabic interpreter?
I do, Your Honor. Just to be clear about definitions and court proceedings during the pretrial.
I've noted the file, so we should have one available that day. All
I
right,
appreciate that.
thank you.
Galen, I'll give you a call. Thank you very much.
Court calls the case, People versus Joseph Davis.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Uwe Daus appearing with and on behalf of Joseph Davis here this morning. Joseph, would you please unmute and identify yourself?
Joseph Davis.
Good morning, Judge. Here with two items, I believe, a pretrial with Ms. Kirby and a separate progress report from Community Corrections. I don't know in which order you would like to address those.
Either.
Ms. Kirby on the pretrial?
As to the pretrial, I have spoken to Mr. Doss, and we've had some conversations about this case. So I am actually going to review the video for some of the things that Mr. Doss is trying to point out to me, and specifics that might not be laid out in the police report. But as to the violation, I have some other thoughts on that.
Okay.
So I'll adjourn the pretrial to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Resume fight indicates. As to the progress reports, whoever wants to start.
If I may, Judge, I received it late yesterday from Community Corrections, shared it with Mr. Davis, discussed it with him, and he denies using cocaine or any other substance while on bond. He has no explanation for the positive. We would ask the court to reserve judgment on this for now for Mr. Davis to get a...
Well, if he's denying that that's the case, I'm going to set it for a hearing. We'll bring everybody in. Did he send it out for a confirmation test?
He did not know. I don't know if Community Corrections did.
Well, they wouldn't have unless he requested a confirmation once he found out he was dirty. But
Well,
if he's putting the results, we'll just set it for a hearing.
that's fair.
And Your Honor, my concern is that it wasn't one positive test for cocaine.
I
There
know.
was a positive test on January 9th. There was a positive test on the 18th after a missed test on the 17th, which he did call Community Corrections and say he was mandated at work. So they allowed him to make it up the next day where he was positive for cocaine. And then he was positive for cocaine on February 10th. So I understand the defendant is denying taking any cocaine, but in this actual, in the charges, it's also, that's the root of the charges. So the cocaine. So while I understand the defendant's viewpoint, I find it very hard to believe that he's not actually using cocaine. So I would ask if we are going to set the hearing, to set the hearing as soon as possible. And I would ask the defendant be remanded until the hearing.
Mr. Doss, you have anything to say to that?
I
Request
do.
by the people.
A hearing as soon as possible, please. And yes, we would like a follow-up test from Community Corrections. We didn't request one earlier because we didn't know of these results until yesterday evening. And I would send
Your client would have known earlier.
I'm sorry?
He would have known earlier because he would have been notified he tested positive.
He tells me he was not notified. The last test was on February 10, and he says he has not received a call from Community Corrections since.
Okay, give me a quick date. All right. Set a hearing on this for February 22nd, 2023. What time? 9 a.m. I won't remand the defendant at this time, but that will be in person. I will indicate, when was his last test? On the 10th?
Yes.
Today's the 15th. Defendant, I'm going to order defendant to report to Community Corrections today. Sir, are you going to test clean?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want him to report to community corrections today for a test and then resume his normal testing.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can you tell me the time on the 22nd again, one time?
I set it at 9 a.m. It'll be in the
Okay.
morning.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll
All
be
right.
there.
I will further indicate that if there are any more positive tests, particularly between now and the 22nd, if he tests positive today, I'm revoking his bond and he'll be remanded to the Washtenaw County Jail.
Understood. Then thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
We'll be there next week.
All right. Court calls the case, People versus Nicholas Edgar.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, good morning. Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Edgar. Mr. Edgar, will you please state your name for the record?
Nicholas Edgar.
Your Honor, I spoke to Ms. Kirby yesterday. I'm going to request that the court adjourn the pretrial. I'm going to request a date after March 8th. The reason that I'm making that request, Your Honor, is if you remember a few weeks. Pardon?
No, go ahead.
Your Honor, a few weeks ago when we did the arraignment, I informed the court my client had to relocate from this area to Gladwin to care for his mother, who is in-home hospice care. He is her only family care.
Got it.
He believes he's going to be there a lot longer, and that's a very good thing, I think, than he had originally anticipated. He had preemptively done, before coming to court, a Dawn farm assessment that recommended some outpatient treatment at the farm that he can't do. So I informed Ms. Kirby that Mr. Edgar is I'm going to refer him to Ms. Geiger and see if Ms. Geiger for an assessment, and whatever recommendation, maybe he can find something in the Gladwin area that I can present to Ms. Kirby in justification of a request that I'll be eventually making to resolve the case.
Will the 22nd work for you, March?
I'm pretty positive that will. One second, Your Honor, please. Yes, thank you.
All right. I will, under those circumstances, adjourn this to March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. All right. Bond will continue with its conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Keyshawn Jorgensen.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett-Carahan on behalf of Mr. Jorgensen. Keyshawn, can you turn on your video and state your name for the court? There he is.
Okay.
Keyshawn, can you state your name so we can hear you?
Jorgensen.
There we go. And Your Honor, I hate to do this, but may we approach, please?
I knew you were going to do this, and I knew you didn't really hate to do it, but hang on.
Well,
I didn't log in.
but I'm smiling. If that helps.
Well, coming in now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cause I hear you pull up.
I am good. Is everybody back? They are. All right, I know I had said at the last hearing that there would be no further adjournments of this. And at the time that I met it, council has presented to me certain other issues that have come up. So I will grant one further adjournment on this matter. I'll adjourn this to March 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. We truly appreciate it. Thank you,
I will
Mr.
continue.
Mr. Jorgensen. You can mark off.
Thank you, guys.
Have a great day, everyone.
You too.
Yes, you too. Court calls the case, People versus Thomas Nichols.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Michael Kelly, P77187 on behalf of Mr. Nichols.
All right, where are we on this?
Your Honor, today's date and time set for pretrial in this matter.
Do we have Mr. Nichols here?
Right here,
might-
Thomas Nichols.
We got him now.
Okay.
Okay, he wasn't labeled. Go ahead, Counsel.
Judge, we were last here on the 1st or the 3rd of January. At that time, I requested an adjournment of the pretrial. We were actively working to get Mr. Nichols into a sobriety court in Genesee in the 67th district where he resides. He did complete that screening on the 1st of February. Unfortunately, I guess also fortunately, he was not deemed to meet the criteria for the program as not being a high enough risk. So as a non-resident of Washtenaw County, he wouldn't be able to avail himself of this court sobriety court program. So at this time, we're kind of in a standstill. That does not look like the case is going to be able to be transferred. It will be staying in the 14th district here. I just inquired of Ms. Kirby if there was any other offer from the people.
And Your Honor, that's something that I would have to have a much longer conversation with Mr. Kelly about than an email while I'm on the docket.
All right. I'll adjourn the matter March 8th, 2023 at 9. Bond will continue with its conditions. That's ready to talk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Sarah Johnson.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
And Edward Drukas on behalf of Sarah Johnson. Sarah, could you unmute and state your name?
Sarah Johnson.
Okay, there she is. Okay. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, today is the time and date set for a pretrial. My understanding is that there is a resolution. Ms. Johnson will be pleading. It's charged to under a prosecutor's deferred.
And that is correct, Your Honor. And then there is no issue of restitution in this matter as everything was recovered.
All right. Ms. Johnson, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record, please.
Sarah Johnson.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud in the 3rd degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Correct.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily,
Yes, sir.
of your own free will,
Yes.
and because you believe that you're guilty of this?
Yes.
July 31st, 2022, at the location of 7000 East Michigan Avenue. What'd you do on that date at the Walmart that makes you think that you're guilty?
I was at the self-checkout. I had my kids with me, 5 kids, and I was going too fast, I think, and I missed scanning some items.
Okay. Are you saying you did that accidentally or you did that on purpose, ma'am?
I did it on, I knew that I probably missed some things and I didn't go back and check. So on purpose.
Okay. You knew you probably missed some things. Was there a point at prior to leaving the store that you knew you had missed some things and did not go back?
Yes.
The store was open to the public at the time?
Yes.
Question. Okay. You didn't have anybody's permission to do that, did you?
No.
And these items that were skip scanned, these were items that were offered for sale by Walmart?
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report and consideration of prosecutors deferred. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. All right, ma'am, need you to hold right there for a moment. We're going to put you in with probation intake so information can be exchanged and we can be prepared for sentencing on the 15th. We'll put you into a breakout room, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll give you a call after. Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Tyson Westlake.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Edward Drukas on behalf of Tyson Westlake. Mr. Westlake, could you unmute and state your name?
We don't have him checked in. Tyson Westlake? No, not here. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bonds will be set in the amount of a $5,000, 10% bond. That warrant will issue, what is this, Friday? 20. Will issue February 17th, 2023. Court calls case People versus Syed Akhtar.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Akhtar. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Go, tell them what your name is. Syed Akhtar.
Thank you. Your Honor, there is a competency evaluation scheduled for March 2nd on, I believe, another case that he has. And so I would like to adjourn, if possible, to sometime in April. That way we can allow that evaluation to happen and hopefully make some progress towards getting a report.
Yes, Your Honor, it's in his felony matter.
Okay. What date did you want that adjourned to, Ms. Reed? The 8th?
Sometime in April, if possible.
Oh, man.
I just know that the evaluation is taking place on March 2nd, so it's probably going to take a little while after that to get a report.
Okay, fine. April 5th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom guide indicates, bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is this in my 10 o'clock? But they're out. Oh, okay.
That's it.
Let's do it. Court does call the case of the people versus Joseph On.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender within on behalf of Mr. On. Could you please state your name for the record?
Joseph On.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. On had been in treatment. There were some issues there, and he has been placed on a 10-day hold at the Washtenaw County Jail. His parole officer is aware of what is going on, and I believe that he will hopefully be released soon. I would like to ask for an adjournment so that we can hopefully get him out of custody and then follow up. I've been in close contact with his fiance, who will be picking him up from custody once he is allowed to be released. And she said that she'll have much more information on that in the next couple of days.
Should be Friday is my release.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. At
Thank you.
this point, he does have a PR in this case, so bond will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, there are. Court recalls the case, people versus Voodoo.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Gillian Badu.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Dave Newman appearing on behalf of Julian Badu. Ms. Kirby, I've had an opportunity to speak with Trooper Schreiber, who is present at this time. It looked like he initially wanted to write this as a limited access, speed 1 to 5.
Folks, I'm not, I think that this is rather improper to try to resolve this on the record this way. So here's what I'm going to do. Counsel, you can get on the phone and try to get through to Miss Kirby, have whatever discussion you're going to have. At this point, and you guys can come to some resolution, I may adjourn it, but at this point, the trooper's got better things to do. Should have been out of here well before now. So I'm going to release the trooper. You guys discuss it. I'll call it up in the next hour block.
And Your Honor, I just want to make sure, are you intending to have a hearing, Mr. Newman?
No.
Okay, so, yeah.
All right. That way
Thank
the
you,
trooper
Trooper.
can get back to his business. Thank you, trooper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good day. Stay safe, please.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Oh, we've got another in custody. Okay. Okay. Court does call the case, people versus Dana Kirby.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people, no relation.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Kirby. Miss Kirby, can you state your name?
Dana Kirby.
Thank you, Judge. We're ready for a trial date in this case.
So are you asking me to set it for final settlement conference?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Jury final settlement conference, April 7th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Jury selection, if necessary, April 10th, 2023 at 8:30. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, is that, we took care of 210s, right? And we got that. Okay, court's gonna stand in recess, get our 10 o'clock block set up, and then we'll keep moving. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Court's in recess.
Hello, good morning.
I am.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court calls the case, recalls the case of the People versus Boudou.
Keelan Kirby on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney David Newman appearing on behalf of Jillian Badu.
And Your Honor, there is a resolution. It's going to be admitting responsibility for his client, I believe, to a limited access 1 to 5 and just pleading, admitting responsibility on the defective as well.
Like I said, admitting responsibility on the defective.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And you have authority to admit responsibility on your client's behalf?
I do, Your Honor.
Court will accept those admissions of responsible to those charges on the limited access 1 to 5. Yeah, got it. $120. And on the defective equipment, it is fines and costs also. Is that 120? That's what I have. I have fines and costs of 120. So total of 240. When can that be paid?
2 weeks, please, Your Honor.
Pay it by February 28th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I apologize about the mix-up. Thank you, Ms. Kirby.
Okay. Files with everything. Court calls the case. People versus Joshua Banash.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Elman with him on behalf of Mr. Banash, standing in for attorney of record James Michalski. Joshua, can you please state your name for the record? And I apologize if I said that wrong.
Joshua Bannock.
Okay. And you have no objection to Mr. Elman standing in?
No, that's good. Thank you.
All right. All right. What are we doing? As to the arraignment, Mr. Elman, your client waives formal reading, stands mute.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. I'm presuming you want an adjournment of this?
Yes, Your Honor. For at least 3 weeks, I believe there's some significant discovery that Mr. Fifelski needs in my conversations with him.
Would the 8th of March work, you think?
I think so, Your Honor. If not, I think Mr.
I think that's 3 weeks, actually. It is 3 weeks. So I'll adjourn the matter March 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. As to bond, let's BAC in this matter.
So it was a 0.108, and then I have citalopram, amphetamine, and then another anxiety medication.
All right.
And then there were 2 crashes in this matter.
Pardon? 2 crashes?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe, I guess my understanding from Mr. Fifelski was that the actual blood work is not back yet. Am I wrong on that, Ms. Kirby?
Yes, and Mr. Fifelski has received all of that.
Okay. And so I guess, Your Honor, in terms of bond, I would say that it's my understanding from Mr. Fifelski that no injuries were reported from these crashes, that no one needed any medical attention of any kind. And this is also Mr. Bannock's first offense. And so based on that, I know there were some crashes here, but I am asking for a PR bond.
Defendant's bond will be set at a $25,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaulted behavior. Sir, as a condition of your release, there's to be no possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I'm also going to order that the defendant report to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on a SoberLink alcohol monitoring device. He is to do that within 24 hours, and I've signed that order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Jacob Hodge, 2 cases.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Hodge.
Jacob Hodge.
And as to on the Pittsfield, no, on the state of Michigan matter, sir, do you wish to be is he here? Mr. Hodge, do you wish to be represented by an attorney on that matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a public defender case. As to the arraignment on that case,
Thank
the
you,
charge
Honor.
is a retail fraud second.
We'd waive formal reading and stay mute. Request a personal bond.
And then having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. And what are we doing with these cases? Are we adjourning them out or what are we doing?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd request an adjournment of both so I can get discovery in the new case as well as work on a global resolution with 2 felony cases. Which I
Okay,
believe
both of these matters will be adjourned to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. On the new matter, the retail fraud, I am adjourning it to that same date. His bond is set at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. Sir, I will order standard conditions, including no assaulted behavior. There is to be no possession of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. I am also going to indicate that the defendant is not to enter. What's my store? Is not to enter any Home Depot in the state of Michigan. All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody on the 8th.
Thank you.
Court calls the cases, the People versus Mohammed Dar, all 3 cases.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Dar. Mr. Dar, can you please unmute and state your name?
Yes, it's Mohammed Dar, Mohammed. Last name is Dar, Dar.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
what are we doing?
I've been trying to get in touch with Mr. Dar. However, I haven't been able to successfully do that. I'd be requesting adjournment to facilitate that.
Dude, I'm sorry about that. My phone number, it died on me.
Mr. Dar?
Yes,
You
sir.
need to call the defender's office. That number is area code 734.
222-6970.
Call them, give them a good phone number and a good email address so they can get in contact with you.
Yes, sir.
All these matters will adjourn to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Zachary.
On continued. Court does call the cases of the People versus Aaron Fromm, 3 cases.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Fromm. Likewise, Your Honor, I've been trying to get in touch with Mr. Fromm, but haven't been able to, requesting adjournment on all files to be able to.
Mr. Fromm present.
Yeah,
Yes,
oh,
sir.
yes, Your Honor. I apologize. Please state your name, Mr. Fromm.
Aaron Fromm.
Mr. Fromm, you need
Yes,
to
sir.
contact your attorney.
Yes, sir.
You got that phone number?
I do. I just heard you give it to the other gentleman.
I'll adjourn these matters to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Found continued on all 3 cases. Court calls the case, People versus Devin Barkley.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment. He has not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. Give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue on the 17th.
Yes.
On February 17th, 2023.
Your Honor, I would actually ask for that warrant to enter immediately, given the charge, and the BAC is a 0.245 in this matter.
Ah, okay. I did not see that. So the bench warrant will issue. His bond will be set in the amount of $25,000. I will give a 10% privilege. That warrant, yes, given the nature of this charge. Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the People versus Tiffany Edwards.
Caitlin Kirby.
Good morning.
Is Miss Edwards here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Miss Edwards. Okay, there we go. All right, Miss Edwards, you are before the court on the charge of malicious destruction of property, 200 to 1,000. Do you understand the nature of that charge? It's alleged to have occurred November 11th, 2022.
Yes, I do.
All right, that is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased if 3 times the value of the property destroyed or otherwise injured. If that's greater than 2,000, then that would become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. First question I have for you, ma'am, is do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, I do.
Public defender case.
I'm sorry.
He's disappointing me, Miss Edwards. Thank you, Your Honor. We would waive any formal reading, more formal reading, and stay mute.
Defendant have waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. You're requesting an adjournment of the proceedings.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll adjourn the pretrial in this matter to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. As to bond in this case, I will set the defendant's bond at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. Ma'am, at this time, there is to be no possession or consumption of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'm also going to order that you are to have no contact with Alexander Cronenug.
Yes,
You understand that, ma'am?
I do.
All right. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you, ma'am. We'll see you on the 8th.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Court calls the case of the People versus Emmanuel McIntosh.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
McIntosh, set for arraignment. They have not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for the defendant's failure to appear. What is the alleged BAC in this matter?
Just double checking, Your Honor. So 0.123.
You don't see any accident.
No, I do not.
All right. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear, bond set in the amount of 15,000. We'll give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls the case, People versus Fox Morrison.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Mr. Morrison? You have to unmute, sir. Can you get it, Mr. Morrison, or?
Yep,
There-
I just got
there
it.
you
Sorry
go.
about that.
No, it's okay. State your name.
Fox Morrison.
All right, Mr. Morrison, you are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint that alleges the offense of operating with a high blood alcohol content. That's alleged to have occurred May 15, 2022, Bemis Road in Pittsfield Township. Do you understand the nature of that charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. As indicated, hold on, as indicated, that is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 180 days incarceration, a $200 to $700 fine plus court costs. Court could order community service and any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could also order your vehicle immobilized and could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution and the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. My first question to you is do you wish to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is a public defender case this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd waive any further reading of the charges and stay mute.
Defendant having waived from a reading, standing mute, the court will enter a not guilty plea on the defendant's behalf at this time. As to bond in this case, the alleged BAC in this matter?
0.256.
Okay. Any accident?
No.
All right. I don't see. All right, got it.
The paper I have says that it was 0.17. Is that
That's the
incorrect?
floor for that, sir. That's
Yes,
the
sir.
floor for the charge. So
Okay.
it could be 0.17 or above.
Okay.
All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
I'll set the defendant's bond in an amount of $25,000 personal recognizance bond. I will order standard conditions, including no assault or behavior. Sir, as a condition of your release, there is to be no possession or consumption of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm also going to order that you are to report over to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on a sober link testing device. You're to do that within 24 hours. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I've signed that order. Did you need their number, sir?
Yes, please.
All right, that's area code 734-973-4520.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
All right, and let me give you another phone number. And that's going to be the public defender's office, and that's area code 734-222-6970. Okay, you need to call the public defender's office, make sure they have a good phone number to reach you as well as an email address.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I give a date? Oh, I didn't give a date. This will be adjourned to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Jeremiah Stanley.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment. Mr. Stanley, can you state your name, please?
Jeremiah Stanley.
All right, Mr. Stanley, you are before the court on a charge that alleges that on or about September 26, 2022, that you did attempted assaulting, resisting, or obstructing a police officer. You understand that charge, sir?
Yes.
All right. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and $1,000 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. First question I have for you is, do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
No.
Okay, so what are you going to do at this point?
I'm going to plead not guilty.
Okay, and then what?
No recollection of this happening.
Okay, sir. You're going to plead not guilty?
Yes.
The next thing I'm going to do is set this for pretrial and then trial.
Okay.
Are you going to do that on your own?
I am not I'm not sure, with no attorney?
Well, that's what you told me.
Yes.
So I'll ask you again. Do you want to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, why not?
Yeah, smart move.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you, Your
It's a
Honor.
public
Zachary
defender
Ward-
case.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Stanley. At this time, we waive any further readings, stand mute to these charges, and request a pretrial date.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as the Zoom bite indicates. I'll set the defendant's bond at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. Sir, there is to be no possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
I'm also going to order that you are to have, if they should be in here. Well, I'm also going to order no contact with Deputy Barabbas. Okay, thank you. Sir, make sure you call the public defender's office. You need that phone number?
Yes, sir.
It's area code 734
Okay,
222
okay.
6970.
And I'll be asking for Zachary.
I may not be
Yes,
assigned
you
to
can
your
ask.
case, Mr. Stanley, so just ask for the assigned public defender to your case.
Okay,
All right, and Mr. Stanley, make
Yes,
sure
sir.
also to give them a valid phone number for you, as well as a good email address.
yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Jeremy Taylor.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment. Taylor, no response. Bench warrant will issue for the defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000, 10%. Again, this warrant will issue immediately. Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Randy Tucson.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
She's an arraignment. Mr. Tucson, what's your name?
Randy Tucson.
All right. Mr. Tucson, you are before the court on the charge of operating while intoxicated, second offense. That is alleged to have occurred June 17, 2022 on Washington Avenue. Do you understand the nature of that charge, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
All right. Since this is a second offense, it is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine between $200 to $1,000, 5 days to 1 year in jail, community service, any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution, the cost of any emergency governmental services, and your vehicle is subject to a mobilization. Do you understand all of that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. First question I have for you, do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
This is a public defender case.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Tucson. Your Honor, we waive any more reading of the charges, stand mute, request a personal bond, and an adjournment of the pretrial.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be set for March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Alleged BAC in this matter?
There's a 0.09, Your Honor.
Okay. And he does have a prior no accident, I'm presuming.
Correct.
All right. Set the defendant's bond at a $10,000 personal recognizance bond. I will order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. There should be no alcohol, recreational marijuana or illegal drug use by you. You understand that, sir?
Yes, so I have my medical marijuana card. Does that matter? Or,
Well, that would make it non-recreational, wouldn't it?
yes,
So that answered your question, didn't it?
yes.
Thank you. I'm also going to order that you report over to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on a SoberLink testing device. You are to do that within 24 hours, and I'm signing that order. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Do you need their phone number?
No, so I work at a school, so I don't know would that CyberLink be a problem, but so
All right. I got three options.
okay.
I put you on a SoberLink device, which will require you to blow into the machine at various times during the day. Or I can tether on you that will be a that everybody in the school will see, but presumably make. Or I can incorporate you. I'm taking the lesser of all of those three. But
Yeah, I'll
like
take the CyberLink. I had it mixed up with the tether. I'm sorry.
else. Excuse me?
I said I'll take the CyberLink. I had the CyberLink and the
Yeah, I
tether
thought
mixed
so.
up. Yeah.
All right. Did you need you got their phone number?
No, I do not. Can you give it to me, please?
Yes, sir. Area code 734-973-4520.
Can you repeat it for me one more time?
Yes, 973
973
4520.
4520.
Yes, sir. You
Okay.
also need, I'm going to give you another number.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Okay, go ahead.
This is the public defender's office. It's area code 734 222 6970.
6970. Okay.
You need to call them, make sure they have a valid phone number for you and a valid email address.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for that part? Oh, wonderful. Okay, then court's going to stand in recess. Thank you, folks. Yes.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of the people versus, is it Jeffrey Austin Miller?
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Ostermiller. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Jeffrey Ostermiller.
Thank you. Your Honor, in this matter, we would like to ask for an adjournment for some further negotiation with the prosecutor's office. Mr. Ostermiller would like to address the bond conditions, however.
Adjourn the matter to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or Zoom invite indicates as to bond.
Thank you. As to bond, this incident, I believe, occurred in August. He was just arraigned, though recently, and between August and now, he was having contact with his son, and everything had been going smoothly. And so, given that he shares custody, we were hoping that he could have consensual contact with his children. I believe he was asked to have no contact with at least the child that is involved with this case, if not all of his children. And he's hoping that they can continue with consensual contact so that their custody arrangement and living arrangements can continue at least as normally as possible while this case is proceeding.
Are there any other proceedings that might involve either parenting time or the like with the child?
I do not believe so, no.
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the people?
I understand since he wasn't arraigned that he was having contact with the child. My concern is that it's his 15-year-old son and there's allegations of punching and having a knife out around the child. So the whole point of this charge was to make sure that the victim was safe. And I mean, I understand that he has been seeing him, but the fact that he's arraigned now, I would ask for the no contact. And if we can speak, the victim advocate can speak to the mother and the son and see what his comfortability level is, but I would ask for the no contact to remain until I get a chance to do that.
That is fine. I'm willing to have a stipulation at a later time if the prosecutor is able to confirm that information.
Well, I think certainly the conversation that Ms. Kirby refers to needs to take place. So that will happen. Not going to change the bond at this time. If there is a written stipulation that comes in, then the court will review that, and the court also would have to feel comfortable before signing off on that. So at this time, I'll deny your motion. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls case people versus Whitney Austin.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Austin. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
You got him. Mr. Austin,
Yes,
state your name.
Whitney Terrell Austin.
All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, Mr. Austin is still making payments and believes that he should be done next month. So if we could get an adjournment to allow him to make some progress and hopefully get his license back.
When next month does he think he'll be done?
Around this time next month. So.
Okay. You got to get it done because I'm unlikely to adjourn it anymore. So I'll go to March 22nd, you said?
Yes.
March
the thing is,
22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Excuse me?
I will have all the by this time next month I should have all my citations and everything paid for. I just don't know if that's going to still get me my license back. So do I have to have the license back and standing by next month or just everything paid off?
I don't know what the deal is between talk to your attorney about that as to what
We'll
any
discuss
deal
that.
might entail. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Regina Banks.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Banks. Could you please state your name for the record?
Regina Banks.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have provided the prosecution with a copy of the insurance for Ms. Banks. I believe that she was going to dismiss this case.
And that is correct, Your Honor. I did see a copy of the insurance in this matter, and it is a valid 6-month policy, so people would be moving to dismiss at this time.
No objection from defense.
Really?
Yeah, none.
Miss Banks says she doesn't want it dismissed. No, I'm kidding. She said, oh, yes, I do. All right. This case is dismissed. Thank you, Miss Banks.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Asheen Brennan.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Brennan.
Asheen Brennan.
Thank you. Your Honor, I believe in this matter, Mr. Brennan is not going to be able to get his license for some time. And the vehicle that had the insurance on it is no longer, I think it was his son's vehicle, and they no longer have that. So he also is not going to be able to provide a copy of any valid insurance. So he is ready to plead in both matters.
And before he does that, Your Honor,
Yes.
I was absent the day that Miss Reed had conversations with the other prosecutor about this matter. And I do not mind if he pleads to just a driving license suspended and dismiss the 1-year insurance.
Okay, that would be great.
So he's going to plead to the DWLS and then dismiss the other matter.
Correct.
Okay, that makes good. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record, please.
Asheen Brennan.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of driving while license suspended, denied, and or revoked. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to, is this a first offense? As you haven't, mine's cut off. It is, I got it. All right, it's punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
I'm on probation.
All right. Were you on probation in August of 2022?
Yes.
All right. Then I have to advise you that this plea in this case could be a violation of that probation. If it's considered a violation of that probation, then that court could sentence you to the maximum allowable under that other charge. You understand that?
Yes.
Understanding that, you still wish to plead guilty to this charge?
Yes.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
No, no one has promised me anything.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
All right. On August 17, 2022, at the location of westbound I-94, Ann Arbor Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes.
At that time, was your driver's license suspended, denied, and or revoked?
Yes.
And did you know that it was?
Yes.
All right, counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to that charge. And I'll accept his plea to that charge. Case number ending in 1306 is dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Sir, anything you want to say before I impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Fines and costs of $395. I'll suspend 93 days in jail. When do you think you can get that paid, sir?
If I can have possibly 90 days and I can get it all paid, and it'll probably be paid before then. I'm just in between jobs and I don't know when my income tax is gonna be in, but as soon as that gets in, I'll pay it all.
He wants 90 days.
Or 60.
Not in jail. He just wants 90 days to pay.
Yes, sir.
All right. You've been appearing before me for a while, so that would be 3 months out. So this is February. All right. May 31st, 2023. I'll give you the time to do it. I know where to find you if you don't pay it. So.
I'll pay it.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Court calls the case. People versus Joyce Christmas.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Christmas. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Joyce Christmas.
Oh, there she is. All right.
Your Honor,
Okay,
in
what
this
are we
matter,
doing?
Ms. Christmas would like to plead guilty as charged under HIDA.
Under HIDA. Okay, does she have a camera?
Here we go.
All right. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record, please.
Joyce Christmas.
All right. Ma'am, it is this, you can put your hand down. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of false report of a misdemeanor. That itself is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Okay, can I get is I'm able to talk to my attorney, because I didn't know nothing about the guilty or not guilty. I just knew about the HIDA.
Okay, so you don't. All right, let's do it this way. It's Christmas. So that you have an adequate opportunity to speak with your attorney, I'll adjourn this matter out March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. That way she can go through with you and make sure that you understand how the process works, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Bond will continue. Thank you.
Okay.
Court calls the case, People versus Courtney Conaway.
You are muted.
Oh, sorry, Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Conaway. Could you please state your name for the record?
Courtney Conaway.
Thank you. Your Honor, Ms. Conaway does plan to plead guilty as charged under HIDA. We did ask for the prosecutor's consent given her age, and that was approved.
Ms. Conaway, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name again for the record, please.
Courtney Conaway.
All right, you can put your hand down. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud in the second degree.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court cost. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, then that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
In light of that, you're giving up certain rights also. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other
No,
than
sir.
what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
of your own free will
Yes, Your Honor.
and because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
May 10th, 2022. The location of hold on one moment. At the location of 7,000 East Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, state of Michigan. What'd you do on that date involving the Walmart store that makes you think that you're guilty?
I had time to read the police report, and during the instance, it was being said that I was moving items from one cart to another at self-checkout. That is true, and some of the items did not get scanned. In the moment, I was extremely flustered. I had a lot going on outside of life in the moment, and I overlooked some items. I even asked for the opportunity to purchase them and was denied that opportunity. So it was a huge misunderstanding.
Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
At some point, you arrived at the self-checkout at the Walmart, correct?
Yes.
And you had items in a cart.
Yes.
All right. And some of these items, regardless of what was going on, were not scanned.
No.
Okay. So now my question to you is this. At the time that you're doing that, did you realize that these items weren't scanned?
No.
All right. Afterward, hold on. Afterward, prior to leaving the store and prior to being told by anybody, did you realize that the items were not scanned?
I was not.
Okay. And so any items, and correct me if I'm wrong, any items, as you're saying it, that were not scanned, you're saying you did not do that intentionally.
It was not intentional at all.
Okay. So the court cannot accept the defendant's plea in this matter.
Could we just adjourn this matter so that I can speak with her further?
Okay. I'll adjourn the matter March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Bond with its conditions will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Brittany Dallas.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Dallas. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Brittany Dallas.
Thank you. Your Honor, I did speak with the prosecutor, and the prosecutor will agree with allowing Ms. Dallas to plead to the lower OWI charge as opposed to the high BAC count. And she would like to avail herself of that offer.
So she's going to plead to an operating while intoxicated.
Correct.
Dallas, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Brittany Alvarez.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to a $500 fine plus court costs. Court could also order any rehabilitative services or community service the court deems necessary. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand also that the court could order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
March 17, 2022, at the location of 5511 West Michigan Avenue, Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you consumed intoxicating liquor?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did you have and how much?
I went out and drank with friends at their house. I was also door dashing before I ate it out there. I was door dashing in the area. So when I got to see, I decided to stop at their house to have a few drinks with them. So we had a pint of Jack Daniels between 3 people.
Okay. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
I actually fell asleep behind the wheel at the gas station with my running.
Okay, so you fell asleep behind the wheel. Did the police arrive?
Yes.
All right. Were you ultimately arrested?
I was taken to the hospital. I was under arrest while I was under emergency care.
Okay, so they called an ambulance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, were you taken to the hospital?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, was there a blood draw?
I can't remember that, Your Honor. It was so long ago.
All right, but so at some point they drew your blood while at the hospital while treating you, did they?
It must have had, if you guys got the blood alcohol content.
Okay, so you're not disputing that they drew your blood?
No.
All right. And do you know what the results of the blood test were?
No, not, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, will you stipulate for purposes of the plea that it was a 0.23, I think it was?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you have any reason to dispute the blood test results?
I don't even know how to answer that. I mean, if that's what they say my blood alcohol content was, I have no choice but to believe them.
Well, you always have a choice. I'm saying, do you have a reason why you would believe that those blood test results are inaccurate?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court ruling? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2, count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Von Schwartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. All right, Ms. Dallas, I need you to stay on the line there. We're going to put you into a breakout room with probation intake. They'll get some information from you, give you information so we can proceed to sentencing on time. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus John Evans.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, could you please state your name for the record?
Yep, John Evans.
Your Honor, unfortunately, our office did not have any telephone or email address for Mr. Evans, so I was unable to make contact with him. Mr. Evans, could you please call our office and provide that information so we can follow up with you? And we would just like to ask for a brief adjournment for that to happen.
I'll adjourn the matter March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Sir, do you have the public defender's office number?
I think I called someone before and they told me.
Okay, but was it them?
I don't know, honestly. I don't
Okay. You got something to write with?
know. Yes, go ahead.
Area code 734
Uh-huh.
222
222
6970.
6970. And who do I ask for?
You just call there, ask for the attorney assigned to your case.
Okay.
And one of the most important things you need to do is you need to give them 2 things. You need to give them a valid phone number to reach you. And you need to give them also a valid email address where they can also reach you.
Perfect.
And you
Okay.
can update that information with whoever it is that answers the phone.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank
Do
you.
I need to write down the next court date or no?
March 8th.
March 8th.
And I'll be sure to follow up with you before then.
Okay. What time March 8th?
Well, I set it at 9, but you'll get a Zoom invite or contact from your attorney as to the specific time.
Okay. Thank you. March 8th.
Thank you.
All right.
Court calls the case, people versus Tanya Phasing.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Fassing. Could you please state your name for the record?
Tanya Facing.
Thank you. Your Honor, there is some video discovery we would like to obtain in this matter. Ms. Kirby informs me that she needs to order it, so we would like to ask for a brief adjournment so that we can obtain that and review that with my client.
And I can request that, Your Honor.
All right, very good. March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case, people versus Sophia Fenby.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Fenby. Could you please state your name for the record?
Sophia Fenby.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would like to ask for a brief adjournment in this matter so that we can continue negotiations with the prosecutor's office.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions.
Thank you.
State versus Ashley Fix.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Fix. Ms. Fix, if you are present, could you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Ann Fix.
Thank you. Ms. Fix, do you have video capability?
She
No, I
called
do
it.
not.
Your Honor, her plan is to plead. I understand for her to plead that she will need video capability. If we could ask for an adjournment so that I can arrange with her. She does not live nearby, and I know that I believe she's had issues with her phone. So I'll have to try to find a way to connect her with the ability to have a Zoom.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Yeah. Court calls the case, Malachi Ford, People versus Malachi Ford.
Aaron Ford on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford, could you state your name for the record?
Malik Ford.
Thank you. Your Honor, I was able to discuss with Ms. Kirby an offer in this matter. I would just like to have some time to discuss that with Mr. Ford as well as with his aunt, who is his legal guardian. She does understand that that's what we were waiting for. So a brief adjournment, I believe we'd be able to get this squared away and hopefully have him offer a plea in the next hearing.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as the
Thank
Zoom
you.
invite indicates. Bond will continue with its conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the People versus Portia Graham.
Aaron Ford on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, could you please state your name for the record?
Portia Graham.
Thank you. I believe that her video is working properly today with her audio, and we would like to enter a no contest plea and take advantage of the prosecutor deferred offer.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record, please.
Portia Graham.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of assault and or assault and battery. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to a $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that
No
charge,
contest.
how do you plead? Oh, no contest.
Yes.
All right. And do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes.
All right. Two things about it I need you to understand is, first of all, it means that you're not desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes.
The second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court is going to treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability.
All right. So now, ma'am, to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
No contest.
Oh, no contest.
All right. Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
Doing this voluntarily
Yes.
and of your own free will?
Yes.
The court has been provided Michigan Department of State Police report for their case number 688-22. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report to form the factual basis?
No, Your Honor.
None from defense.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
Defense is satisfied.
Satisfied.
All right, court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue. Ma'am, stay on the line. We're gonna put you into a room with our probation intake so you can exchange information. So we'll be ready for sentencing, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Antonio Holden.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, could you please unmute and state your name for the record? I do not see him logged in any longer. I know that he was logged in and he also just gave me a phone call. So if we might be able to pass this briefly, hopefully he can get signed back.
Hold
in.
on one moment. Miss Graham is she done with probation? She popped out. All right. Then on the Holden matter, we'll call it up next block, beginning of next block, figure out where he is.
Thank you.
I think my staff believes they saw him also.
Yes, he was.
Court calls the case, People versus Benjamin Johnson.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, could you please unmute and state your name for the record? I no longer see him either, but I do know that he was present as well. We were going
Yeah,
to be
my
asking-
staff said he was present. So I'll just put this to the beginning of the next block. Let's see if you can find him. Give you some time to do that. All
Thank
right,
you.
that ends our block. Court's gonna stand in recess, and I don't know why Miss Graham keeps coming out, but see if we can keep her in that breakout room. All right, thank you.
Hello?
Court is currently in recess. Once court resumes, please listen for your name to be called. When your name is called, turn on video, unmute, and identify yourself by name for the court. Thank you.
Unmute.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Yeah, okay, I see him.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does recall the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio Holden.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden, could you please state your name for the record?
Antonio Holden.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Holden is planning on pleading no contest in this matter.
All right, Mr. Holden, can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record.
Antonio Holden.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of malicious destruction of property less than $200. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased if 3 times the value of the property injured or otherwise destroyed, if that is greater than $500. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, sir.
All right. 2 things you need to understand about a no contest plea. The first thing is that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead no contest?
I talked to my public defender, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said I talked to my public defender, yeah.
So you do want to plead no contest?
Yeah.
Okay. Basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability.
Mr. Holden, to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty?
No contest.
Oh, no contest. I'm sorry.
All right. Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal upright.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
Doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
So the court has been provided Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office report for their case number 2139268. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report to form the factual basis?
No, Your Honor.
None from defense.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. is or as your Zoom invite indicates. And Mr. Holden, you need to stay on the line. We're going to put you into a breakout room with our probation department so that they can get your information and they can give you certain information so we can proceed on the 15th. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Bond continues. Court calls case, People versus Francis Judge.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Judge. Mr. Judge, could you please state your name for the record?
Francis Patrick Judge.
Here he is. Okay.
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Judge is still waiting to get paperwork back from some private law firms regarding.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I found my father passed away and he was handling this for me, but I have a letter of release of garnishment on that financial obligation of mine. And I have
He
that.
had a civil lawsuit that was holding up his process and getting his license. So now that we have this paperwork, hopefully he'll be able to make a little bit more progress. We were going to ask for another adjournment just so that we can see exactly, now that this is cleared up, how much longer it might take him to be able to get that squared away.
I have this.
March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
So.
Court calls the case, People versus Jack Lyons.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Lyons. Mr. Lyons, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Jack Lyons.
Thank you. Your Honor, we have been in discussion with the prosecutor's office regarding negotiations. There's just one last piece of information that we're hoping to get. So I was hoping for a brief adjournment so that we can confirm that and hopefully move forward.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Ryan Maddox, 2 cases.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Maddox in both matters. Mr. Maddox, could you please state your name for the record?
Ryan Maddox.
Thank you. Your Honor, this is the first pretrial, I believe, in these matters. We were hoping to adjourn to discuss his options and perhaps get an offer from the prosecutor.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Both matters.
Thank you.
All right. Am I good to go?
You're good to go. I'll follow up with you soon.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I always want to ask that. Am I good to go? Court calls the case, People versus Keith Malone.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Malone. Mr. Malone, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Keith Malone, you got to unmute.
Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Mr. Malone, can you state your name?
Your Honor, I was going to ask for an adjournment in this matter. Mr. Malone had been released from custody to go to treatment at Oakdale. He has been released from there, but he is currently on a wait list for another facility. And so he is in between right now. We were hoping to get him a little bit more stability before we're able to.
I'll give you an adjournment. Tell him, however, he needs to learn how to work his mic. March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Court calls the case of the People versus Christian McCrae.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. McCrae. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Gresham Orenthal McCrae II.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. McCrae is planning to plead no contest with the prosecutor deferred option. And we did confirm the amount of the restitution we were going to stipulate to the fact that it's $200 or less.
So it's prosecutor deferred. And then restitution, you're saying up $200 or less, but no more than $200.
Correct.
All right. And he's pleading no contest because I think we tried this the last time, but
Yes, and it was that dollar amount that had us hesitating. So I think that we are ready to proceed now.
okay. So, but just so that I'm clear, you've agreed upon restitution less than 200, but he's pleading no contest to 200 to 1,000.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. Sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
State your name again for the record.
Gresham Orenthal McCray II.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty or plead no contest to the charge of malicious destruction of property, 200 to 1,000. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and $2,000 fine plus court costs. Fine could be increased if 3 times the value of the property destroyed or otherwise injured is greater than 200 or greater than $2,000. That would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, sir.
2 things about it you need to understand. First thing is it means you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes.
Basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability.
And to that charge, how do you plead, sir?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal a right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty or plead no contest?
No.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes.
and of your own free will.
Yes.
All right. Court has been provided Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case 22-3366. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
None from defense.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Sentencing defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report determination of prosecutors deferred. Sentencing in this matter, March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Or as your Zoom invite indicates. Sir, I'll need you to hold on the line. I'm going to put you into a breakout room with probation so that they can give you information so that you'll be prepared for sentencing, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Andrea Munns.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Munns. Ms. Munns, could you please state your name for the record?
Andrea Munns.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would like to ask for an adjournment in this matter so that we can consider her options and perhaps continue negotiations with the prosecutor.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Iona Smith.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Smith. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
She's here, but
I
can
see
you
her,
hear
but I did not hear her.
Okay. Yeah, you see her talking, but she's not. You connected to audio. You're
There she
good.
Oh,
Yeah, she's got to correct her mic, but what were we doing?
we were going to adjourn for some video discovery.
Ms. Smith, can you hear me? If you can, nod your head. Okay. I'm going to grant your attorney's request and adjourn this matter to March 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Your bond will continue, okay? That'll give you time to fix that mic. All right. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Kevin Stevens.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Stevens. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Kevin Stevens.
Thank you. Your Honor, in this matter, Mr. Stevens will be pleading no contest with the prosecutor deferred option.
Got it. Okay. Sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record.
Kevin Stevens.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of retail fraud in the third degree. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that becomes the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, sir.
All right, 2 things I got to make sure that you understand is it first of all means that you understand that it first of all means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Second thing is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability.
Sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal upright?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
All right. Court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 224122. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
None from defense.
Based upon the court's review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is also satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Defendants referred to probation, pre-sentence investigation and report and deferred sentence. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom bite indicates. Bond will continue with its conditions. Sir, I'll need you to wait there for a moment. We'll put you in with probation intake so that information can be exchanged, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Preston Townsend.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Townsend. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Yes, Preston Townsend Jr.
Thank you. Your Honor, I did send over proof of registration and insurance for Mr. Townsend to Ms. Kirby.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor, and I have looked at that and we saw that is a valid 6 months of an insurance policy, and if the court could just confirm if that is a valid license.
I didn't, for whatever reason, weren't coming through clear on this end, so I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Yes, is that better?
Yeah, that is.
Okay. Ms. Reed did send over both proofs of insurance. The people will move to dismiss both counts.
Okay. Any objection?
None.
Case is dismissed.
Yep,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Yep, have a good day.
You do the same. He looks too happy. I might change my mind. No, I'm just messing.
Okay,
All right, take care.
okay.
Court calls the case, People versus John Van Haren.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Van Haren. Mr. Van Haren, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
John F. Van Haren.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Van Haren would like to plead no contest and take advantage of the prosecutor deferred offer in this.
All right. Okay, just looking at one thing here. All right. And I'm sorry, what it was, plead no contest with?
Prosecutor deferred.
Got it. Sir, please raise your right hand.
It's
Mr. Van
up.
Haren.
Right
Okay,
there.
okay, thank you.
There we go.
All right. Sir, do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record.
John F. Van Haren.
All right, thank you, sir. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of assault and or assault and battery. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Two things about a no contest plea you need to understand is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability.
All right. Sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation?
No, I am not.
Are you on parole?
No, I'm not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest?
No, they haven't.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, they haven't.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
All right, court has been provided and has reviewed Michigan Department of State Police report for their case number 6740-22. Any objection to the court reviewing that report?
No, Your Honor.
None from defense.
Based upon the court's review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is also satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report and determination of prosecutors deferred. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue. Sir, I'll need you to wait on the line. We'll put you into a breakout room with probation so that we can get some information from you and provide you information. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really? Court calls the case. People versus Eric Vermeulen.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Vermeulen. Could you please unmute and state your name for the record? You're still muted, sir.
Get an access point or did no? Okay. Eric, you got to unmute.
I believe
Hello.
there we go. Could you state your name for the record?
Eric Vermeulen.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to ask for an adjournment in this matter. I don't believe that we had a working phone number for Mr. Vermeulen, so if we could have him call our office to provide that information and get a brief adjournment.
This thing has been adjourned.
A lot.
Yeah.
But you know, Your Honor.
Hang on. Eric,
okay.
Did he get the matters in 14A3 and 4 resolved?
I almost did. I did. Ron Brown did me really good. We beat 6 of the tickets of the 8. Now I have 4 tickets that went into default that I want to appeal. However, I don't have the money to appeal them right at the moment. Is there a way the court will let you appeal tickets if you're indigent?
Well, they're not before me. They're
But
before another
is it
judge.
possible?
They're before another judge. You're going to have to ask that judge.
Okay, very good. But
And I
other than
understand
that, I
how
am
well the
working
two of
things
you get
out.
along. What?
Other than that, we are working things out.
Okay.
That's progress.
Yes. March 8th. Eric, are you going to get everything done by then?
I'm gonna try to. I
Your
really
Honor,
am.
Can we have March 22nd?
Yeah, thank you.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, Eric, take care.
Yeah, you have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay. Court calls the case. People versus Damon Watson.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson, could you please state your name for the record?
He's there.
I
Oh,
was gonna say it didn't seem
he's
like
not connected to audio.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pass it and we can send him a message though, right? Okay, we're gonna try to send him a message, see if we can get him connected now. Kalmbach. Court calls the case. People versus Kelly Kalmbach.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
There is no counsel listed.
Ms. Kalmbach? Ms. Kalmbach? She's here on my screen, but all right, I'll give her a chance to, you can send a message in, but she's not even in front of it. You think so? Mr. Watson, can you hear me now? Okay, you got to unmute so I can make sure you can talk to me.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Okay.
So, sir, please forgive.
No, it's okay. I had faith in you. It's Miss Reed that said he'll never figure it out. No, I'm kidding. All right.
And he did.
Okay. All
Your
right,
Honor,
what are we doing on this?
in this matter, we just received the video discovery, so we'd like to ask for a brief adjournment so that we can review that.
All right. March 8th, gonna be a busy day. 2023, 9 a.m. Where's your Zoom invite indicates? Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus Justin Luff.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Justin Luft.
All right. No attorney listed on this. Did you get, where are we on this? Anybody know?
I had sent Miss Kirby proof of the insurance.
Correct. He did send that to me the day of our last court hearing, and I did look at it and confirm that it was active, so that people would be moving to dismiss.
Sir, you have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Case is dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going.
Still not here. Court recalls the case, People versus Benjamin Johnson. This is a recall from last block.
Caitlin Kirby on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Mr. Johnson. I was not able to get a hold of him, but we were going to be seeking an adjournment. I would just ask that we could get a brief adjournment in this matter instead of a bench warrant, since he was logged in earlier.
Yeah, but he didn't come back. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond 5,000, 10% privilege. He has not had a previous warrant, so we'll give him till the 17th before it will enter.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kalmbach. This is though Ms. Kirby's last block. Right. Yeah, so I don't want to hold her up. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. She's not here to reach out for a third degree. The last time that we were here, her name was called. She did not answer. She was not connected. However, we're able, I think, through the chat or a direct message to advise her that we were adjourning this to today's date. She has signed on. It looks like she has audio, however, she's not there. So this is the second proceeding at which we've had a problem with this defendant. Therefore, I'm going to issue a bench warrant. 5,000, 10% privilege. That warrant won't issue until February 17th. Then maybe she'll figure out to pay attention and get it all straightened out. That's that. And then that's the end of that block.
Yep.
And I think that's it for you, Ms. Kirby.
Yep. I will see you tomorrow.
Yes. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Court's going to stand in brief recess while we set up for our next block. Thank you, folks.
Hello?
I do.
The 14A District Court for County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Folks, I apologize about a delay. Court does call the case. People of Pittsfield Township versus Roger Higgins.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Dan Guerin on behalf of Roger Higgins. Roger, please identify yourself. I'm Roger Higgins.
All right, very good. What are we doing, gentlemen? This is arraignment and pretrial.
Your Honor, for arraignment, we'll waive reading and stand mute.
Okay. Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter not guilty plea.
Your Honor, it is my understanding the defendant wishes to plead guilty to an added count of operating while visibly impaired. If that's the case, I'd move to add that count of operating while visibly impaired.
It is the case, and Your Honor should have a signed advice of rights in the file as well.
I do. All right, very good. Sir, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record, please, sir.
Roger Higgins.
All right, sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to a charge of operating while visibly impaired. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to a $300 fine plus court costs. The court could order community service and any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could order your vehicle immobilized. The court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental service. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes.
And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You signed an advice of rights form, is that correct?
Yes.
Any questions regarding any of those rights?
Not at all. Not at all.
Looking at paragraph 5, those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
I'm sorry. You give up your right to appeal. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
All right. Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that response.
No. Nobody.
All right. You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
November 21st, 2022, at the location of Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you consumed intoxicating liquor?
Yes, I did.
What did you have and how much?
It was a flavored vodka, and I'm not so sure how much I had. I just know I had some.
Okay, were you stopped by the police?
No, I hit a FedEx truck, and my car was disabled. Shortly after that, the police showed up and took care of me. Make sure.
So by you were arrested. Is that correct, sir?
Sorry, you were arrested. Yes.
All right. And did they take you to the police station or to the hospital?
To the hospital.
All right. Was there a blood draw?
Yes, there was.
And was the blood draw a .137?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. You don't have any reason to dispute those blood test results, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, you don't dispute those results? No, I don't.
All right. Taking everything into consideration on that date and at that time, do you believe that your ability to operate that motor vehicle was visibly impaired due to your consumption of alcohol?
Yes.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Von Schwartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. All right. And sir, what we're going to do right now is I'm going to put you into a breakout room with our probation intake. They're here. They are. And they'll get some information from you and give you some information. All right, sir?
Thank you.
All right. Oh, well, and before we do that, because I don't think we did it, as to his bond, because he's coming here off of a bench warrant. So as to defendant's bond, I will set his bond at a $25,000 personal recognizance bond. Standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. There is to be no possession of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. Also, because of the accident in the case, the court is going to order that you report over to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on a SoberLink device. You have to do that within 24 hours, sir. And the court has signed that order. All right. Thank you. And we'll get you to that breakout room right now.
Sounds good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court does call the case. People versus Cedric. Is it Al-Kutub?
Conrad Seller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Mr. Al-Kutub. Mr. Al-Kutub, could you please state your name?
Cedric Al-Kutub.
And Your Honor, I do apologize to do this to you, but can Mr. Siller and I please approach?
Can we do the arraignment real quick?
That's what I wanted to ask about.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let's put him into a breakout room. He doesn't hate to do that. He likes to do it. All right, I think we're, well, hold on. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Okay. All right. I'm good. Right. Okay. On this matter, record should reflect, we've had a bench conference in this case. I'm adjourning the whole matter over to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Ola Rosalot.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
And good afternoon again, Your Honor. Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Miss Rosalie, who is stepping into my office right now.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we've reached a resolution in this matter where Miss Rosalie will be pleading no contest in exchange for a prosecutor's deferral, and I did forward a police report for you to review to Miss Tang this morning.
Yes, and I have reviewed that. All right.
And that is a correct statement of the agreement, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Ola Russell.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading no contest to the charge of retail fraud under the Pittsfield Township Ordinance. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and or $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
I believe so.
All right. Let me explain two things about a no contest plea so that I can make sure you understand it. The first thing about a no contest plea, it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. The second thing that you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty to the charge. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Ellman, the basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability, Your Honor.
All right. So, ma'am, to the charge of retail fraud, how do you plead?
No contest.
There you go. Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you on probation or parole?
No.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest to this charge?
No. No, sir.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
All right. Court has been provided and has reviewed. I just wanted to look at one other thing on it and has reviewed the Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 22-15252. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon the court's review of that report, court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt. Counsel, has the court complied with the court rule, and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to this charge. All right. I'm sorry, counsel. I was just looking at what was taken, and it's a bit troublesome to me, not from the standpoint of the defendant, but just in looking at the items. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report, and consideration of prosecutors deferred. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. The defendant's bond in this case will be set at a personal recognizance $5,000 bond. Standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior. Ma'am, as a condition of your release, there's to be no possession or consumption of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. I'm also going to order that you're not to enter any Walmart in the state of Michigan.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so hold tight there, and we're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation department so they can get information from you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Was that it for Mr. Alman? Okay, so we could put them both in. Court calls the case, People versus Dana Fry.
Conrad Siller on behalf
Oh,
of.
hold on a moment. What's wrong? You put him in the wrong breakout room? That's okay, it's Alman's fault. Don't worry about it.
Okay, you're good, sorry.
Am I good? Okay. Court does call the case of the People versus Dana Fry.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Summer DiVirgilio on behalf of Mr. Fry.
Good afternoon. All right, is Mr. Fry available? Where's he?
He is on the call. He is called in. He's the 734 number. I believe there's only one.
Okay. So, Mr. Fry, can you state your name?
Hello? Dana Fry.
Hello.
Did you
Say
hear me?
again?
Dana Fry.
Thank you. All right. He's been arraigned on this case. What are we doing?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the defendant would like to plead guilty to an added count of MCL 257.326, allowing an ineligible driver. If the court accepts that guilty plea, I'd move to dismiss the original charge.
Before we go on, there's going to be a problem. I don't take pleas unless I have video. So I can adjourn it out so that arrangements can be made for him to get himself on Zoom, and I'll be more than happy to take his plea, but I won't do it over the phone.
That would be perfect, Your Honor. We'll be able to make accommodations.
All right, very good. Then I will adjourn this matter to March 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Okay, Mr. Fry?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bond continued. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus, it says Lopez Kenneth Valdivia. I don't
Conrad
know if
Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
I don't know if we put two names together or if that's purposeful or.
Yeah, this is council listed and
He is not checked in. So whatever his name is, he hasn't. Okay. So his actual full name, at least as laid out in the ticket, is Kenneth de Los Angeles Valdevilla Lopez. But in any respect, that individual is not here on either one of these cases, so bench warrants will issue for defendant's failure to appear on these matters. Bond will be set in each case in the amount of $5,000, give a 10% privilege. That warrant on these matters will not issue until February 17th, 2023. You ready?
Yes, sorry.
No, it's okay. Court does call the case of the people versus Ujem Boudreau.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Boudreau. Mr. Boudreau, can you unmute and state your name?
He is not checked in.
I believe he's texting me saying he's on the Zoom, so. I don't
He
know.
is?
Well, he
Well, he
was.
needs to talk to.
Okay.
Where are you?
I believe he's Samsung SMT.
Well, unless he's a backpack, I don't know who he is.
I'm you, Jim Boudreau.
Can you?
Okay, can you get in the camera then?
Can you see me?
Yeah, and that backpack has to get out of my court. I'm not gonna have that language, whether there's asterisks or not.
Okay. I have to flip the camera, but I'm not sure how.
Well, you know what? Block his screen. And Mr. Ward, when your client is ready and doesn't have any obscenities, I'll be more than happy to hear his case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But if he can't do that, then I'm gonna be doing things my way.
It looks
And I
like
don't
he's
think
got
he
it
wants that
fixed.
to happen.
Fixed now. Do you want to pass it or address it now?
I'm passing it.
Okay, hang
You
on,
can
Mr.
talk to
Boudreau.
him about how he's gonna conduct himself in my courtroom. Court calls the case, People versus Stephen Bragg.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Bragg. Mr. Bragg, if you could unmute and state your name.
We don't have him checked in.
Your Honor,
I believe we do have a resolution. Mr. Ward provided me proof that Mr. Bragg completed his drug treatment program. My promise to Mr. Bragg was if he completed, I'd move to dismiss the case. So I'm going to keep my promise and move to dismiss the case.
And I will excuse his appearance. Case is dismissed without objection.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Keona Glenn.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Glenn. Miss Glenn, can you please state your name?
Keona Glenn.
There she is. Okay, got it. All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been trying to reach out to Miss Glenn to get the status of whether she's able to obtain a valid permit or license. I haven't been able to get that information from her.
Well, I haven't been able to do that. I haven't had the time to do so because I've been paying my rent. I just don't have any extra money to do so.
Do you think you can get it done in the near future?
Yes, I do. It's just like lately, I've been trying to play catch up with my rent, and my rent's already $1,000. So it's just hard from being at work all day and not having any free time.
If you're
I'll let her figure it out. I'll adjourn it to March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. or Zoom invite indicates.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, she'll have to sort it out and try to get herself straight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Court calls the case, People versus Douglas Hollingsworth.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Hollingsworth. Mr. Hollingsworth, can you unmute and state your name?
Douglas Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. I talked to Mr. Hollingsworth. He's getting paid Friday. He believes he can use that paycheck to finish up clearing his license and get it back. I know it's been adjourned quite a few times, but we're requesting one final one.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Get it done. Court calls the case. People versus Cometa Homes.
Zachary,
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Holmes. Miss Holmes, can you unmute and state your name?
Kamita Holmes.
Cometa. Okay. All right.
Kamita, yeah.
Your Honor, Miss Holmes can't get her license for some while and is interested in accepting a plea offer to the unauthorized driver. However, she wants to look into a couple consequences of that plea. So if we could just get an adjournment and review those.
All right. Fair enough. March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue. Thank you. Court calls the case of People versus Earl Jackson.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, can you unmute and state your name?
Oh, yeah, Earl Jackson.
All right, thank you. What are we doing?
I have not been able to get in contact with Mr. Jackson. I did email him and call him this morning. So if Mr. Jackson, are you close to getting your license?
Am I close to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta pay. I just gotta pay these fines off and then I should be able to get it back.
How do you think you could get that done in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, I probably need like a couple of weeks.
Okay. Are you sure you're going to be able to do it in a couple of weeks or you need more time?
I mean, how much is it?
I don't know. They're your tickets you haven't paid, not mine.
Okay, and I remember back along when I had caught this ticket a while ago that I had asked for time served, but you never gave it to me.
You want to do time served on this?
I mean, back when I had did like a year back when I had caught this ticket, I asked you for time served, but you never gave it to me. I think that you wanted me to pay the fine or whatever. I have no problem with that, but
Sir, you haven't been before me in this case, except on February 23rd or February 1st of this year. Before that, you have not been before me on this case. You went before a magistrate. You went before my colleague, Judge Conlon.
Oh, okay.
Twice, but you haven't been before me, so I don't know what you're talking about in terms of time served.
Okay. Well, I thought when I did a year back when I caught this case that I had asked for time served.
Well, I don't know whether you did or not. It doesn't indicate that because there's never been a plea in it. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, I just need some time to pay the ticket off then.
Are you going to be able to do it by the 8th or you need more time?
I think I might need more time, sir, because I have to pay my rent too at the first of the month. So it's going to need more time.
March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Come back, make sure you got it done.
Okay, sir.
Court calls the case, People versus Malaysia Jenkins.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Jenkins. Miss Jenkins, can you state your name?
Malaysia Jenkins.
Your Honor, Miss Jenkins has shown proof of pretty much doing all she needs to do to get her driver's license. It should be in the mail, if not there already. As of such, the township has offered Miss Jenkins.
Okay. You're asking if she's got her license already?
Well, you're the one with the paperwork, Your Honor.
I know that. So is that what you're asking me?
No, Your Honor. She's shown the township sufficient proof that she's on her
Her
way.
license is valid. What are we doing?
Double park, please, Your Honor.
She's going to admit double parking, Your Honor. She's going to admit double parking.
Thank you.
I just didn't know if it was valid yet, Your Honor. I knew it was close.
No, it's valid. I'm looking right at it. She's valid. She can drive. Well, she legally can operate a motor vehicle. I don't know whether she can drive or not, but that's just don't drive near me if you can. All right. All right, ma'am. Do you admit responsibility to the fact that on December 13th, 2022, Location in Pittsfield Township that you double parked a motor vehicle.
Yes.
All right, court will accept that. Count one is dismissed. Fines and costs of $180. When can you get that paid?
I can pay it before the day ends today. I can pay it today.
Oh, you can pay it today? All right.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I'll give you till Friday. Just make sure you get it in, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Calvin Lee.
Conrad
Calvin
Silver, on
Lee
behalf
here, Your Honor.
of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, go ahead and state your name once more.
Calvin Lee.
Thank you.
That's there. Mr. Lee, when you come in, can you make sure to change your name on the Zoom?
Okay, Your Honor. I thought I did that.
He just did it, but you need to do that.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. We just got this case at the last pretrial. We have received paper discovery, but there's an issue with video discovery. We just got that today and are downloading it. So one adjournment to review that with Mr. Lee.
All right. We still have, I think, a problem with his test results from Work Health in Lansing, but they're missing testing. So I have a bond violation report from Community Corrections.
Yeah, I explained that to her, Your Honor. Like sometime I'm out on the road, I can't get back within that week. As soon as I come in, I go straight to the Work Health and take drops. At least try to get to them in a week. I lost 2 jobs, trying to get him back here every week. Most companies can't get me back here every week. I try to do something out on the road, but they more out on the road than they is.
Mr. Lee, here's what I'm going to tell you to do. Explain that I'm not going to deal with it today. I'll adjourn the pretrial and bond violation to March 8th. You and your attorneys need to come up with a plan of how you're going to get these tests done.
Okay, Your Honor.
Bond will continue at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case. People versus Erica Long.
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Long. Miss Long, can you state your name, please?
She is not checked in.
I had been texting her, Your Honor, and she checked in way early. If I can just, she was texting saying she can't hear anyone.
She what?
She texted me at 1:10 saying she's in the meeting but can't hear anything, and I said it was in a break. I'll text her right now.
I don't see that individual here. I see an iPhone 1.
It could be is there a call in? It could be I believe it's the
There's a call in of 776.
That's the number she's been texting me from, Your Honor. I apologize.
Then tell her to hit *6 and then talk to us. I'm just gonna roll. Yeah. Miss Long?
She's read it. My text, my iMessage. Miss Long, you need to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay. I think I got it now.
State
Sorry
your
about
name.
that. Erica Long.
I apologize, Your Honor. We're requesting adjournment. Miss Long is working on her license. She went and paid all her Westland issues, but found out about some outstanding Romulus fines. She's saying she's going to need it probably until the end of March to get that paid.
You're down to March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court recalls the case. People versus, is it Eugene Boudreau?
Conrad Silver on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Boudreau. And Your Honor, I believe that is a misspelling in the name. The last letter is X, I believe.
Oh, it's misspelled there. We have it correct in our file.
Okay.
All right, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Boudreau obviously would apologize for the backpack. He didn't mean any offense. However, as far as this case, he's working on his license. He's also trying to enroll in the military and ship out soon. So if we could have a brief adjournment so I can get paperwork to Mr. Siller and hopefully get this resolved in the next court date.
Adjourn this matter March 22nd, 2023, 9 a.m. All right, bond will continue. And I tell you, young man, I don't know what branch you expect to go into, but you probably shouldn't be showing that kind of stuff on the screen. We'll see you in a month. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Amber Martin.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Martin. Miss Martin, can you unmute and state your name?
She is not signed in.
I was texting with her earlier. She said she'd be here. We had a resolution to double park. I will, if you could pass.
She's
it
not
on.
here. I can't do it. Amber Martin? Not here. Bench warrant, 5,000. 10%. That warrant will issue this Friday, 17th. So maybe you can get her, do something before then. Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Thomas Massey.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Is he here? Yeah. I picked him up.
Yeah, he's on screen, but still muted.
Mr. Massey?
There.
he is.
Could you please state your name for the record, sir?
Hello,
Yes, could you please state your name for the record?
Thomas Massey.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, he plans on taking his test next week, so we'd like to ask for an adjournment to allow him time to do that.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Court calls the cases of the People versus Dejan Munson. 2 cases.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Oh, yeah. President Almus.
Oh, there he
Zachary
is.
Ward on behalf of Mr. Munson. Your Honor, I haven't been able to get in touch with Mr. Munson, so
I'll adjourn the matter March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. on both matters. Mr. Munson?
Yes.
You need to call the public defender's office. You have their number?
No.
No? Let me give it to you. Area code 734-222-6970. You need to call them, leave a valid phone number for yourself and an email.
You said the last 4 numbers for me?
6970.
Okay.
I'm adjourning this out March 8th, 9 a.m. Give them a call, leave a number and an email. So they can get through to you. Court calls the case, People versus Kristen Olson.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Olson. Miss Olson, can you state your name?
Christine Olson.
Your Honor, Miss Olson is in drug court and is hoping that on the next meeting on March 6th, she'll be able to get her license back. So if we could get an adjournment past that date.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. is your Zoom invite indicates.
Thank you, Your
Thank you.
Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Victoria Rule.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Rule, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
No, Miss Rule's here. I see her.
She just unmuted.
State your name, ma'am.
Victoria Rule, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. What are we doing?
Your Honor, Ms. Rule would like to plead no contest with the prosecutor's deferred offered.
That is correct,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Oh, you're muted again, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State your name again for the record, please.
Victoria Rule.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilt or no contest to the charge of retail fraud under the Pittsfield Township Ordinance. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Not really, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, I'm not
There's
saying.
two things about a no contest plea you need to understand. It first means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand also, ma'am, that for purposes of sentencing, the court would treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
In order to take your plea, I would have taken the facts that I've gotten from the police report in this case, and I would accept those facts as true to form the factual basis. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you want to discuss the no contest plea any further with your attorney in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you think you sufficiently understand what it is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any questions about a no contest plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Basis for the no contest plea.
Potential civil liability.
All right. And so, ma'am, to that charge of retail fraud under the Pittsfield Township Ordinance, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor. I haven't
Is
been,
anybody pardon?
I said I haven't, this is my first conviction of anything.
Okay. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest to this charge?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
and of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court has been provided. Hang on one second. Court has been provided Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 22-12783. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No,
None
Your
from
Honor.
defense.
All right. Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense is also satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report and consideration of prosecutors deferred. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2022, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. All right. Ma'am, I'll need you to stay on the line, Ms. Rule, and we're going to put you into a breakout room with our probation department so you can exchange information to get prepared for sentencing, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Nicole Gochi.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
I know, Mr. Cash is saying a whole lot, but I can't hear him because he's muted. He was talking.
What about
He was
now?
talking.
Is that better?
No, he was talking real big there, but I didn't understand. He couldn't hear a word he said.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Daniel Cash on behalf of Nicole Gochi.
Ms. Gochi, could you state your name, please?
Nicole Gochi.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, what are we doing in this case?
Oh, Your Honor, in this case, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, Your Honor, I've come to an agreement. The defendant is approved for a deferred sentence. It's my understanding that she's going to plead no contest today.
And that is accurate.
Gochi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record again, please.
Nicole Gochi.
Gochi. All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of retail fraud under the Pittsfield Township Ordinance. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days and a $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that, ma'am?
I do.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
I do.
All right, let me explain two things just to make sure. First thing is that it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes.
Counsel, the basis for the no contest plea?
Potential liability.
All right. Ma'am, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Correct. Yes.
Because of that, you're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent and not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
I do.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
I do.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest to this charge?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily?
I am.
Of your own free will?
I am.
All right. Court has been handed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 22-13046. Any objections to the court having reviewed that report to form the factual basis?
No, Your Honor.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea? He's
Yes,
still
Your
muted
Honor.
again. He's still muted again.
I don't know why I'm muted. Absolutely. Your
No,
Honor.
it's funny because you look good, but I don't know what that's about.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I've complied with the court rule. Is that correct, sir?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept the defendant's no contest plea to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report and consideration of the prosecutor's deferred sentencing. Sentencing in this matter will be March 15th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue in this case. Okay, ma'am, I need you to hang on the line. We're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation department so you can exchange information to get ready for sentencing, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, it's
Thank you,
gonna be
Your
a few minutes because I think they're in with somebody else, or they
No big
didn't want to
deal.
see Mr. Cash's client. I don't know what that's about. No, I'm kidding. We'll get right to you, okay, ma'am?
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you,
You
Your Honor.
too. Thank you, Mr. Cash. Court calls the case, People versus Sam Safety.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Safety. Mr. Safety, if you're present, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Hi, this is Sam Safety.
iPhone too, because he couldn't change his name, apparently.
Can you guys
All
hear
right,
me?
what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, we had been adjourning this for consideration as to whether or not the height of plea would be acceptable, as Mr. Safety is planning on joining the military. We were just advised that he also has some immigration concerns. So we would like to adjourn one last time in order to discuss that with him before entering any plea in this matter.
Will he be able to sort that out by the 8th, or is he going to need more time?
I believe the 8th would be sufficient. I have information that I can give to him that would be helpful.
Okay.
Also, can I ask a question?
Mr. Safety, I'll contact you and we can discuss it after court, okay?
Okay. No, it's just about my license.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Larry Turner.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, can you unmute and state your name?
Larry Turner.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Turner does have a license now, and I believe he would accept the resolution of admission to double park.
Mr. Schiller?
Your Honor, I do not have a valid driver's license for him. This is a very old case. I don't know
He
if the
does.
court
He has a valid license. I'm looking at his driving record right now.
Excellent. Then if he wants to admit double parking today, that's fine.
Does he want to do that?
That's what he indicated to me. Mr. Turner, you want to resolve the case with double parking here today?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Turner, do you admit responsibility to the fact that on July 12th, 2015, I was like 8, at a location in Pittsfield Township, that you double parked a motor vehicle, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept that admission to the civil infraction. Count 1 is dismissed. Fines and cost of $180. When can you get that paid, Mr. Turner?
Give me about 3 weeks.
Say, you broke up there.
Say about 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks? All right, get it paid by March 15th.
Sure will.
Give you some time. Get that in. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hey,
Court calls the case.
will my iChat be updated?
I don't know. I don't do that. But once it goes into our system, hopefully it will update. However that
I'm
occurs.
going to try to clean slate, and and this is one of the ones that my iChat is still incomplete. So I was
Okay. However that gets updated. How does that?
As long as the clerk's office has proof that the fingerprints were taken, they will update it.
Okay. As long as we make sure that your fingerprints were taken, it should update and show it.
okay. Thank you.
Once I have proof of that, okay?
Alrighty.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Anisha Warren.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Zachary Ward on behalf of Miss Warren. Miss Warren, if you're on the call, please unmute and state your name.
All right, Lanisha Warren.
Or at least the roof of her car. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I haven't been able to get through to Miss Warren on any of the contact information we have. So if we could get an adjournment.
All right.
Request Miss
I'll
Warren.
adjourn this to March 8th, 2023, when apparently everybody else is coming back. Miss Warren,
Yes,
I need you to contact the public defender's office. Do
I
you have
have
their
spoke with-
number?
I have spoke with the public defender's office. I spoke with, I believe her name is Alyssa.
Okay, I don't know, but here's what, just make sure that they've got an updated phone number and email for you.
Okay, yeah, but they should have all that, Judge, because I spoke with Alyssa yesterday, and yeah, so I don't know how
Okay,
they
that
don't
may
have
be
number?
why they did.
Miss Warren, is ending in 1075 the right one?
Yes, I've called 3 times. Yes.
That one was saying it was off for me, so let's.
Nope.
try to get it done.
I spoke with your colleague yesterday via text and on the phone.
Okay.
All right, well, this is lovely. You guys, sure you get yourselves together before the 8th. Thank you. Bond continue. Okay, so the people versus Ebony Whitsett.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Whitsett. Ms. Whitsett, if you are present, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
He is not checked in. Bench warrant. Bond 5,000. Give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue February 17th, 2023. Thank you. I'm sorry. Court calls the case. People versus Alicia Williams.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams, could you please state your name for the record?
Alicia Williams.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, could you also please provide an update as to what the status of your driver's license is?
I actually had a winter this morning. I got to just pay a reinstatement fee and then retake the written and the road test.
And when do you think you'll be able to get that completed?
Within 4 to 6 weeks.
Your Honor, could we
How
ask?
long?
She said 4 to 6 weeks. Could we do the 22nd of March?
All right. Well, we've adjourned it out quite a bit here. I'm gonna give you one last shot. I'm gonna adjourn it all the way out to April 5th so you can get this done.
Okay, thank you.
April 5th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Last adjournment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case. People versus Shelby Wood.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Wood. Ms. Wood, could you unmute and state your name for the record?
Shelby Wood.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would like to ask for an adjournment in this matter just so that we can review her options and come up with a final decision how to proceed.
March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Court calls the case. People versus Shantana Harvey.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
I'm here.
State your name, ma'am.
Chantanay Harvey.
Chantanay.
Yes, sir.
All right, what are we doing? Okay,
There's no counsel on this matter, I don't believe.
Sorry, that's correct. There was no-
it was waived. Okay, I see. Ma'am, what are we gonna do on your case?
Am I able to get counsel?
What if I said no? No, I'm kidding. Okay, you wanted,
Sorry.
she wouldn't have known what to do. All right.
I
so-
wouldn't have known what to say. I'm sorry.
She was like, is he serious? Oh no. It's okay, relax. It's a
whole
bitter
nother stress.
end of the day judicial humor. All right. This is a PD case. She's
Thank
already
you.
been arraigned, Miss Reed.
If we could just ask for an adjourned pretrial date so that we can review the case with her, I believe that 2 weeks would be sufficient.
What if I said no? No, I'm kidding. I just had everybody. Okay, so I just had
If
to
you
do
said
that.
no, then I would ask for a breakout room.
And then I would say no. She's
I know
not
you
getting-
would.
Reed's not getting a breakout room ever again. Ever again. That was a little smart comment. I'm not gonna hold Miss Harvey. Miss Harvey, I won't hold that against you. Miss
Thank
Reed
you,
gonna pay a
Your Honor.
price. At some point, she's gonna pay a price for that. All right.
It's the end of the day humor.
Yeah, I know, but you don't have to get crazy. You know. All right. Okay. And I'll adjourn this matter to March 8th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with Harvey.
Okay,
Miss
thank
Reed,
you.
Breakout room. All right. Do you have her information or no?
Let me double check and see if it is in
The system.
system. Actually, we do not. It does not look like there's a phone number in.
Okay.
there. So Ms. Harvey,
So
could you
let's
call?
do this. Let's do this. Hold on. No. Is Mr. Ariza yours?
Yeah.
He is? Is he your case? Okay, we got to get an interpreter up. So here's what I'm gonna do, Miss Harvey. And don't ever say I didn't do anything nice. Put them into a breakout room
Yes,
so she
Your
can
Honor.
get that information. Put Miss Reed into a breakout room with Miss Harvey.
Yeah.
And don't ever say I didn't give you one. Just put them into a breakout room. And I'm only doing that for
Thank
Miss
you, Your
Harvey.
Honor.
I-
I will remember this
Thank you, Your
forever.
Honor.
All right. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I won't read in a breakout room. Yeah, put her in a breakout room with her. Because, and then Miss Ariza, we have to get an interpreter up. So when the interpreter's here, we'll. There's going to be a problem on this case because I have no driver's license number to run anything. No, he doesn't have a number. Have we tried to interpret it already or not?
Yeah, we've been trying for about 5 minutes now.
Okay. Okay, we're still, Miss Reed, we're still waiting an interpreter.
Okay, thank
So-
you.
He threw us into private. Hold on. Just did. Okay, I think we have an interpreter present.
Yes, sir. Thank you. May you provide me with the 4-digit access code for this account, please?
Yes, it's 1423.
Thank you. Ready to proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. You're in front of the Honorable J. Cedric Simpson out of the 14A District Court, County of Washtenaw, State of Michigan. We need your assistance with one criminal matter. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Spanish and from Spanish into English in the manner now before the courts to help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Interpreter.
Good afternoon, sir.
Court does call the case of the people of Pittsfield Township versus Onami Arisa.
La corte llama al caso del condado del pueblo de Pittsfield contra Onami Arnisa.
Conrad Siller for Pittsfield Township.
Conrad Siller, a nombre del pueblo.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender, with it on behalf of Mr. Arisa.
Giovanna Reed, asistente de defensor público con y a nombre del señor Arisa.
Mr. Arisa, could you please state your name for the record?
Señor Arisa, diga su nombre para el récord, por favor.
Onemi Asae Arisa Arisa.
Onemi Asae Arisa Arisa.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would like to plead to double parking today.
Gracias, su señoría. Querríamos declararnos culpable con respecto al estacionamiento doble el día de hoy.
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Arisa, do you admit responsibility to double parking a vehicle on November 11th of 2022 in Pittsfield Township?
Señora Arisa, declara su responsabilidad con respecto al estacionamiento doble de un vehículo el día 11 de noviembre de 2022 en el pueblo de Pittsfield.
Sí.
Yes.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed.
La Corte acepta la declaración de culpabilidad del acusado con respecto al caso 2. Caso 1 queda desestimado.
Fines and cost of $180. When can you pay that?
Lo que son las multas y costes de corte, $180. ¿Cuándo los puede pagar?
Hoy. Sí, hoy.
Today.
Hoy.
Today.
Okay, get it paid by Friday, the 17th of February.
Por favor, páguelos antes del día viernes 17 de febrero.
Sí, gracias.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter. Do appreciate your help.
Sir, thank you for the service. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I think that's it for us.
That is it?
All right.
So I'm only going to say goodbye to Conrad Hiller because he's been respectful today. Miss Reed has she's just been off the rail. And Mr. Ward has not, Mr. Ward's been in the Conrad camp. So he's been respectful. Miss Reed's just been out on her own, just causing trouble.
Me, Your Honor.
I have to live up to this reputation that you keep saying about me.
Yeah. So no, I'm going to go out and tell a whole bunch of people. I'm going
I know.
to probably put it online or something.
Oh, it'll be there.
Yeah, but I got some kids to figure out how to do that. All right. Okay. Guys, thank you very much. Do appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good
All
day.
right.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Take care. 14A stands adjourned.